to a flyer. My name's Paul Hatton, alongside Anna Smith. And very much looking forward to this one, Anna.
It's going to be an interesting contest, isn't it? Got two big hitters out here. Joachim Gerard came through his match easily yesterday, so can he step up a level today against Alfie Hewitt, which he's going to have to do?
Yes, he is, and they are familiar foes because they've met 28 times in the past over the years, and Alfie Hewitt, I can say, is leading that head-to-head 15-13. But more importantly, whilst he leads that career head-to-head, it's Gerard who is 2-0 up on grass at Wimbledon, both in quarterfinals, and in 2021 when they met, Gerard went on to beat Gordon Reid in that final last year to take the title. Gerard's won a couple of slam singles titles with that Wimbledon title. Just prior to that as well, he won the Australian Open at the top of last year down in Melbourne Park, and also won 4 Grand Slam doubles titles as well, including 2019 at Wimbledon. So a very experienced competitor on the green stuff is the man with his back to us. And he dealt emphatically yesterday with his opponent, did Gerard, who was Andrew Penny from Great Britain, Alresford in Hampshire. 6-2-6 love in 44 minutes. 5 breaks of serve, favouring Gerard, the world number 7 now, who has been as high as 1 in the world in December 5 years ago. People packed in alongside court 2. This match was originally due to take place on court 1, but we've had to move for, I think it just got a little too damp with the rain shower before they put the covers on 1. So we're out here on 2 that was much earlier covered. As we take a look at the vitals of this man. He was Belgium's first Paralympic wheelchair tennis medalist after winning singles bronze in Rio 2016. A very solid grass court player. Last time they met was at Wimbledon. As I say, it was 7-5, 3-6, 6-3 to Joachim Gerard. So a very close match last year on the grass. And here's Alfie Hewitt, who's won 5 Grand Slam singles titles, 3 times at Roland Garros and twice at the US Open as well. And he's won 15 Grand Slam doubles titles, including, of course, the last 10 consecutive Grand Slam titles in men's doubles with Gordon Reid, who won here the singles, did Gordon last year, unable to play. It's been a difficult year for him. He picked up a wrist injury, Reid, down at Melbourne Park in the Australian Open this year, and hasn't really played a lot of competitive tennis since, frankly, though they won the French Open doubles recently together, and he was delighted because he hadn't, you know, as I say, he just was very undercooked, but they put it together as they have done so often. So it's a historic run in men's wheelchair doubles for Reid and Hewitt, but Alfie Hewitt, you would imagine, would have to be at the top of his game today to be at his very best to take on Joachim Gerard. Well, that's a stunning view from where they are. Let's hope they're keen tennis fans. Alfie Hewitt, though, he left Paris on a bittersweet note. He was unable to defend his title in the Roland Garros men's wheelchair tournament singles. He lost to the top seed and world number 1, Gustavo Fernandez, 6-1, 6-1. But then, that said, he totally redeemed himself alongside his doubles constant Reid to that historic 10th consecutive men's doubles title. So dominant in that discipline with a victory over Fernandez and Cuneda, the men's singles champion. And it was Cuneda, of course, having won the Roland Garros title, and after that French Riviera Open debut victory as well just last week, who's now bounced back up to world number 1, Cuneda, for the 7th time in his decorated career. He's right on form and opting not to play here, Cuneda. Feels a little, with respect, a little lightweight without Gustavo Fernandez here, last year's finalist, and Gordon Reid, last year's champion as well, because of Gordon's injury. They just have to be protective. It's not always that we can get a packed house in this event because of just things that get in the way, frankly, but it does seem a shame. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's tough when you're trying to manage schedules and trying to make sure that you don't play too much, make sure that you're fresh going into the bigger tournaments. So obviously those guys have decided that this unfortunately isn't the best preparation for them, and they want to have a different preparation going into Wimbledon, but it is a shame for the event.
Well, that said, at least we've had 4 Brits starting out in this tournament. Ben Bartram still going strong after his win yesterday over Dannon Ward. That was 4 and 2 in an hour and 13. But it's this one that we'll be turning our attention to now. The first of the men's wheelchair singles semi-finals on semi-final Saturday. Alfie Hewitt, the top seed, taking on Joachim Gerard, a very tough, familiar opponent from Belgium, who is a real handful on a speedy grass court. Is today the day that Alfie throws a spanner in the fast wheels of this man? It's Gerard to get us underway. Paul Hand and Anna Smith to take you through it. Different dynamic today, almost a different feel altogether, isn't it? Temperatures 10 degrees or so lower than they were yesterday, where they were spiking around 33 degrees. It's about sort of 22, 23 at the moment out there. We have had a little rain.
A little blustery as well, isn't it? You can just see on the shirt. Makes it tricky on the serve.
Super response from Alfie Hewitt there. That looked really awkward and almost a chair jammer, but he carved around the inside of the ball with a gorgeous backhand slice. Looks
as if both players are going to use that slice a lot, especially in these opening 3 points already.
Yeah, looks like he's troubled with hay fever a little as well. The way he's looking across to his camp as if to say, what's going on? But he's very busy and industrious already, Alfie Hewitt, and that's a good sign from the top seed. Oh, super physical start from both players. Gerard there with a lovely variety off the backhand wing.
Both come out all guns blazing, haven't they? Really high quality 4 points to start the match.
And interesting, Joachim Gerard in last year's semi-final had a couple of match points in that Reed loss. He lost 13-11 in the deciding set. Hour and 16 that was. Oh, it's a big finish. A lot of work there from Alfie Hewitt. Pushing his chair almost beyond the doubles tram lines to get out there and hit a forehand.
It's that backhand that opened up the court there, wasn't it? That's the one that really did the damage.
So first break point on offer then in favour of the top seed here. And there it is, the immediate break of serve going to Alfie Hewitt as he wheels around back to his base camp. He'll be pleased with that start. He was really, really working extremely hard to get that psychological advantage. And interested on your take, there we are, look at that, just wants to soothe the eyes a little. That's a bit primitive, isn't it? You thought it had some drops or something.
I haven't seen that before.
Where do you stand, Anna, on the bye? Is it a blessing or a curse for Hewitt that he had a bye here into the semis?
I think sometimes it depends on the surface as well. I'm sure if Alfie had his way, he would have preferred to play tomorrow. I think, especially on grass, they don't get that many matches leading into Wimbledon, so I think he probably would have preferred to have a match rather than practice. There's always a slightly different feel, but it doesn't seem to have hindered him too much in this start, does it?
No. Can he consolidate? Incidentally, he's playing doubles later with, well, not later because they've received a bye themselves. Alfie Hewitt and Stefan Houdet twinning up together as at the very top of the men's doubles draw. They're into the final. Just 3 teams in the men's doubles. We will be bringing you the second semi-final from the bottom half of the draw after our 2 singles semi-finals. Oh, I love the idea. It was a great change-up. Didn't quite clear the tape. Yeah, and Joachim yesterday, well, it was all fairly comfortable, wasn't it? 6-2, 6-love, just inside 3/4 of an hour to gain victory over Andrew Penny of Great Britain. Hit 5 aces. Lovely jamming serve there from the top seed. Well, I thought that was a pretty good kick serve, but Joachim didn't. That was dispatched with authority.
That's the danger, isn't it? If you hit that kick serve and it's not quite in the right spot, it just goes up to the Gerard forehand. Doesn't make any mistake with that.
Well, straining every sinew to get there, Alfie, but unable to. That was a cute little slice from the Belgian.
Smart play, wasn't it? Just bringing him forward, using that shorter slice with the lower bouncing on the grass courts.
Alfie Hewitt yields to the return pressure from Gerard, and we're at 1 game each. Early stages here in this tight opening passages of play from the first men's wheelchair semi-finals. Fine serve, and incidentally, both of these men, since 2015, both Alfie and Joachim have monopolised the year-ending singles masters titles between them. Gerard won 2015, 2016, 2018 and 19, while Hewitt won the year-ending tournament in December in 17 and last year as well, 2021. No Masters, of course, in 2020 due to COVID. Some people go to great lengths to have a great Christmas. Well, that was quite funny, wasn't it? Hewitt was so jammed up there, he did well to make the ball, frankly. I don't think Joachim could barely believe what happened. No apology from Alfie, though.
Looked like Alfie kind of got caught in 2 minds, hadn't he? He was going to run around and hit the forehand, and then he sort of realised the ball was bouncing a little bit too low. Bit of a comedy of errors from both players.
a good play, effective wide return from Alfie Hewitt. And again, back to 30 all. Interesting, they're both wearing dark colours today, which is unusual given the heat, particularly if they wore these colours yesterday. That would have been troublesome. But Ricky Gervais tweeted, I showed you, didn't I? He had played tennis yesterday in all black. He said that was a mistake. He was red-faced and puce in his Twitter post. Ricky Gervais, having played some tennis himself. Why did I wear black?
I think both players, or the players yesterday rather, wishing they'd brought out their Wimby whites.
Yes, quite.
A few players struggling with the heat yesterday.
Well, there we are. Concedes, does Joachim Gerard, with a double fault. And 3 games have unfolded, 3 breaks of serve consecutively, very unusually. Will Alfie be the first one to hold on? There's a familiar face of Ben Bartram, just behind Alfie's seat there, waiting on. He'll be next up against Stefan Houdet in the second singles semi-final. And of course, he comes in today, does Ben Bartram, feeling as proud as Punch as he was named the LTA Junior Player of the Year in 2022 LTA Tennis Awards last month, and received the award on centre court earlier today here at the Queen's Club. Didn't look too happy there, though, did he? Looked like he had his head in his hands, unusually.
Maybe he's just getting into business mode ahead of the matches later.
Now, can he be the first to hold serve here, Alfie Hewitt? Leading 2-1. Yeah, always in trouble after that volley. It went far too central. Unlike Alfie, he's normally pretty precise up there at the net. Yeah, a little bit more breeze around. Saw that on the ball girl's skirt, fluttering in the wind. You can hear it on our effects mic courtside. People still wearing hats and shades, though, just in case the sun comes back. But the temperature's significantly dropped right now. Really very pleasant to walk around, frankly. Precision forehand return up the line from Gerard, who likes to take it early. And there was a fine example of just how keen he was with that contact. Alfie Hewitt had barely recovered after the serve. The ball was gone by him. Well, even though he knew where it was going, the Belgian, just too good from the Brit.
That's the hard part, when you try and take it early and you just don't quite contact the ball right. It sits up and you leave the rest of the court free.
Oh, well taken. Just managed to manoeuvre his chair around into the right position to give himself options there for that dispatch. Yeah, lasered down the line with careful slice from Gerard. We saw, Anna, you and I, the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships last year. We called all of the matches, remember? We watched the final where it was Alfie Hewitt who dispatched Cuneta in real style, didn't he? Absolutely routed him. It was great performance from him. Alfie was delighted because he was the first British Open British winner in men's singles.
There was. He had that perfect balance between power and precision, didn't he?
He really did. Played a terrific match. Oh, that's nice. Quickly up to that was Gerard.
Good to see Hewitt trying to vary, though. Something that he's going to want to use at Wimbledon. So maybe just practicing a few different tactics out here.
Off forehand winner from Gerard. It's got to be about first serve today. That's the #1 priority, you'd imagine, to keep this man on return at bay, because once he's rolling inside the court with momentum and he's so strong and wide-shouldered that if he gets a racket on ball, it's really dangerous because his contact is so early and authoritative.
Same with both players, though, isn't it, that we've seen in these early stages? Their return is such a weapon.
And that's one thing was the takeaway message to the young British players yesterday, wasn't it? Go get the serve and return better. Always stands you in good stead. That goes for able-bodied players as well, of course.
One thing you said as well yesterday, though, that both of them are on the prowl. They're just looking, aren't they? They're just really a presence at the back of the court when they're waiting for that return. They create so much momentum, getting the chair moving.
Opening his ace account, Joachim Gerard starting to look even more bossy. And by contrast to this high-quality return games that both players have brought, suddenly now it's Gerard who's finding his spots first on his serve. Look at the return position of where Alfie is in his chair, guarding the centre line. That's interesting. Look at that. Quite something. As if to say, go on then, serve wide at your peril. Look at this. Fell for the bait, didn't he?
He did. Smart play, though. Gerard's had quite a lot already going on that due side on the ad court. Make him hit the harder serve over the higher part of the net. Alfie has a great backhand return, as we just saw.
Again, quality of return, rushing the server. And this is an aspect of his game, Alfie's game in particular, along with Joachim as well, that Basically, they play quite a lot of doubles every week as well, and it enables them to really sharpen those first two strikes in any point. Oh, he's made it. Wow, he's hauled this game back to the comfort of deuce, has Alfie Hewitt. That at 40 love moments ago.
I'm sure Gerard wishes he had that smash back. Just hit it straight back to Hewitt. Done so well to get back to 30-40.
And again, in keeping with the thread of high return quality throughout this opening set, again, it's Hewitt with a fourth consecutive return point going his way, who has a break point. Just in the rush towards it, he just lost control there at full stretch. Terrific, courageous drop shot from Gerard, though.
Done so well to get up to it, hadn't he? Very quick, just couldn't quite control that forehand down the line.
So just a moment of respite for the Belgian. He's got a lovely pregnant pause just before he delivers. Quality and disguise from the world number 7.
Something that both players have, though, isn't it? That nice routine before the serve. We spoke about it yesterday.
It's quite regimented, isn't it? But very effective. Gerard's the first to hold on to a serve. That'll really delight him inside, I'm sure. But didn't he have to work hard? Went 40 love up, got pegged back to deuce and a break point down, but still toughed out a really tough hold. That was an excellent game by the Belgian number 1. And he'll be sitting fairly comfortably on that basis at the sit-down. We did touch on that loss last year, having had 2 match points in the semi-final to Gordon Reid just now, but and that was a performance of mental steel by Gordon Reid against the Belgian number 1 back then, who then went on to beat Gustavo Fernandez in the final. But Joe had to overcome sort of taunting mental demons back then, you'd imagine, having lost those 2 match points. And it seemed to be just the mental sort of kick up the backside that he needed. It really sort of jump-started him to go on to win his first Wimbledon crown thereafter. So you so often see that, Anna, don't you, in performance tennis, where a player has either a really tough match on course to the title or an often match points against them. I find it quite liberating, but that for him was a real kick that he needed.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just need a, like you say, whether it's a tough loss or just a really close match, it does give you that kind of, I don't know whether it's a fresh impetus, but it almost gives you that free rein, doesn't it? Sometimes it's sort of a get out of jail free card, or like you say, it gives you a kick up the backside that you kind of need. It's very rare that you go through a tournament and have pretty easy matches.
Here's Alfie Hewitt then playing catch up first set, 2-3. keenly up to that. You do sense real purpose, work rate from Alfie. The moment he stepped out here, he's keen to get another win against this tricky, familiar opponent at the other end. And for me, although he's just hit a double four, it doesn't seem appropriate. It just seems so obvious, the massive improvement over the last 6 years from Alfie Hewitt, because he lost at Wimbledon in 2016 to today's opponent, Love and 4 in the quarterfinals back then. But, look at him now, so much improved. Oh, wow, that was a tangler. Coming through, a weighty, smothering return from this broad-shouldered beast. He's a lovely man, by the way, when you speak to him off court, really warm-hearted and easy to chat to. But he sort of flicks the switch when he goes on court. He really is a handful. Oh, and he slid across that return. That was quite Boris Becker-like, for those of you that remember him, blast from the past.
It was, wasn't it? Again, it's just that momentum that they create going into the ball. They're just able to push the ball around, aren't they, into the spaces.
Yeah, lovely serve and back behind. Fended off the break point nicely there. Just heard that sort of come on as he chants to him almost religiously. Those little sort of spasm-like reflexes that you've got to get into your psyche. Anything to encourage you under pressure. Oh, how's that for defence?
Not quite sure how he made that. He was completely out of camera. So far behind the baseline, and he found the corner, didn't he? It was postage stamp.
That's again a brilliant back behind, this time from the Belgian. So court aware, so incredibly highly skilled to be able to maneuver their chairs and their contact points as a consequence. It's just brilliant to watch.
Just a flick of the wrist, wasn't it?
Yeah. But aware in their peripheral vision of where their opponent is at all time and what their options are. It's all being computed very, very fast. Always found it. Just enough topspin to get it down in, but the ball came out of his spokes, and I think
this happened once before earlier in the match as well, but the umpire didn't quite see it.
Isn't it like a cap blowing off of an able-bodied player that you get warned on the first time and then lose the point on the second? I always thought that used to be the ruling. I'm not entirely up to speed with it.
I believe so.
Or are they replaying the point here?
I think they're replaying the point.
Fair enough. What's amazing, viewers, when you watch Alfie as well, watch when he lands after his serve sort of thing, and watch how busy he is in his chair thereafter. Oh, twisting and turning and prowling down the ball, but Gerard had the last answer there. Absolutely brilliant tennis.
It's a big backhand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you heard that roar from him. Really wants to create a little bit of daylight between him and Hewitt in this opening set.
Hewitt like that. A really good reaction after that high quality serve. Back to deuce we go, and we've had numerous deuce points as a couple of drops of rain descend. Hopefully it'll come to nothing. The showers that we have had prior to what was due to be a 12:30 start was sort of something and nothing really, but just enough. Here we are, you can see it coming down, a look that says, do you want to carry on or not? They're going to. That is brilliant. Timely touch from Alfie Hewitt as he gets a game point opportunity, having fended off a break point against his serve. He's now an opportunity to secure another hard-earned game here. Cheeky. Well, certainly hard-earned that. Terrific work from Alfie Hewitt, who was just throwing his chair around and spinning on a regular basis. And look at what it means to him to bring parity to this opening set. 3 games all, and the odd volley is going up, and I think, oh no, yeah, looks like they're going to take a rain break. But I tell you what, it was a terrific half hour or so of this first semi-final. Yeah, we just sat courtside then, waiting for the few drops of rain to go away. Ben Bartram takes leave of the court behind Alfie Hewitt. There's the other British player as well, Andrew Penny, with the blue cap on and white top. Alfie just keeping warm sensibly. People getting refreshments at local watering holes and snack venues. There's a lot of these temporary sort of fixtures in place for the public to keep everybody contented. Well, I cannot believe it. Who would have thought this 24 hours or so ago when it's blistering heat, about 33 degrees and just sweltering, baking the scene, and now the more typically English scene. The rain is descending very, very gently. It's something and nothing as we have had before the start of play, but it's sort of hindering us, and it's not enough to get the covers on, but it's just one of those typical English tennis tournament days. So as you heard the umpire say there, we're all just on standby, waiting for the nod from the referee's office as to whether they want the officials and grounds crew to cover the courts or not. But I tell you what, the courts, Sana, have been well groomed again this year.
They look like a carpet, don't they? They're just immaculate. Just a little bit frustrating with this rain.
And when you walk around a venue like this, like I did on day one, I had sort of half hour to spare, so I thought I'd walk out to this court 5 site and the practice court adjacent, and all the courts are just absolutely stunning. They've got their own sort of presence. It's really something, really, you know, beautifully kept and meticulously mowed to a specific length. I think it's a couple of millimeters. Every day the lines are painted, and they just look absolutely magnificent. This whole event, to be fair, is beautifully staged.
It really is. And all the spectators and all the public are in for such a treat. There's so much going on, not just on centre court, all on the outside courts. I get to see incredible players practicing.
Joachim Gerard looking like a mummy. Yeah, there's been some. It's been a great year, hasn't it? We had lots of Brits in action. And Ryan Peniston, what a run he had to the quarterfinals of the able-bodied main draw. He'll get a wild card into Eastbourne, as he will Wimbledon as well. Umpire looking very pensive. But, Matteo Berrettini on centre is 6-4, 3-2, 40-30 up against Botic van der Zandschulp. Dutchman with a big game and a bright future. But it might be the end of the road for his queens. Alfie Hewitt looking around, always keen to get on with business. He's a no-nonsense sort of character. He's a very high energy Alfie, isn't he?
He is. And when you have these sort of breaks, it's a little bit frustrating because it's that annoying sort of drizzle, isn't it? You almost prefer as a player, if it's going to rain, just sort of chuck it down so that they can cover the courts and you can get back into the locker rooms. Whereas you don't really want to be just hanging around because you don't really know quite how long you're going to be on that court for.
Yeah, so as we touched on earlier, we've got Stefan Houdet up next, the second-seeded Frenchman. He'll take on Ben Bartram of Great Britain. That'll be next up on this court. Following that, it's going to be Bartram and Ward, young 16-year-olds, taking on Andrew Penny and Joachim Gerard, a scratch pairing in the men's doubles. Now, what's Alfie saying here? Let's see if we can. Well, there's plenty of breeze locally, which will hopefully aid in the evaporation of any rain that's landed on the court. But I think Alfie there seemed to be, from his body language, gesturing that it might be tough to push on the wheel rims when it's wet.
If it's still raining, there's not much point. Like, the best thing is, does like bring it to the front.
It's so dark.
Looks like he's remaining very, very relaxed, Joachim.
It's not much that phases him, is it? A very calming presence and demeanour.
He's had a good year, Joachim Gerard. A couple of titles already. Cannes Una Open on clay. And another title on clay as well. Kamal Sahin Open as well this year. He took 3 titles last year. Former world #1 back in start of 2017, end of 2016 it was for Joachim Gerard. For Alfie Hewitt, well, he was world #1 until just last week when Cunheda decided to really show up and play some unbelievable tennis at the French Open to take the title. Incidentally, change of topic. I guess we can go off slightly at a tangent while we watch the grounds crew try and disperse any rain. Rafael Nadal intends to play Wimbledon after having treatment on a foot problem. Nadal apparently has got a rare degenerative condition called Muller-Weiss syndrome, which affects the bones in the feet. And last year, feared his career was over because of the condition. However, he started the year in that stunning fashion. He won the Aussie Open, as we know, to secure that 21st Grand Slam title, which makes him basically the GOAT, the greatest of all time, above Djokovic. And then, of course, he went on to win that record-extending 14th French Open title last month, but needed to do that. Multiple injections in his foot throughout the tournament, sadly. And then, well, he went back home and underwent radio frequency ablation treatment, a procedure which uses heat on the nerves in the foot to quell long-term pain. And after returning from Paris last week, he missed last year's Wimbledon to give his body time to rest. And now he says, you know, I haven't played on grass for 3 years and I have to adapt, he says. But every day I've been recovering sensations and feeling better. So he's been practicing at his home grass club in Mallorca and seems to be feeling okay so far. So fingers crossed we will be seeing Rafa at Wimbledon, which is really great, I think, because he's obviously in the twilight of his career with his physical issues, and it's just something really special, isn't it, to have him there and contest such what will be a strong event again.
And also, I think this is the first time in his career that he's won the first 2 majors of the year. So potentially, I'm sure it probably isn't in the back of his mind, but there is that potential for the calendar slam, isn't there? And as you said, he's in the twilight of his career. It's probably one of the only things that he hasn't achieved. So maybe that is somewhere in the back of his mind.
Yeah, so loved, so popular world round. Everybody loves Rafa, don't they? He's just so focused on what he does, such a gentleman. And I, for one, have a lovely story. I'll tell you now, actually, when I was working at Wimbledon back in 2008, I think it was the flashbulb final they called it, because it was such a late finish against Federer. He beat Federer in the final, and I was running media in those days, sort of working for the Wimbledon Committee of Management, and I was the person who was appointed to get the players to take them to interview. And so I took Rafa to all of his interviews and we did all that, and he finished at just gone midnight, having beaten Federer that year. And prior to that, we were in the changing rooms after the win, and his camp were in the locker room celebrating with champagne. He was on like water, and they were all getting rather raucous because the bubbles were kicking in. Federer was just the other side of the changing room. Federer had a towel on his shoulders, rather like this man here, but it was over his head, and he was sort of sobbing. You could see it. And Rafa went up to his crowd and just said, guys, you know, ushering with his arm, just quiet, please, because, you know, have respect for Roger. And I thought that just told you so much about the man. And when we left, when we left, she's enjoying my story. When we left, I had to go home with the kids and what have you. Rafa said, bye, Paul, thanks for all your help taking me to media. Gave me a massive cuddle. I was just like, I couldn't believe it. But that's what he's like. He's just really personable and such a sweet guy off the court. And yet, as soon as he goes into the tennis court, just the switch flicks and he becomes this absolute beast, like a snarling, snorting Spanish bull, you know. But he's a lovely guy.
I think that's what makes him so popular. You have this kind of, like you say, this beast on court, but then when you come off court, he's so personable, so humble. You know,
and plagued with insecurity.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
You see the bottles on the court and all the twitchiness
and the routines that he has to go through in order to do it. But yeah, like you say, he's just such a nice guy. Always got time for everyone. Always got time for his fans. Always says thank you for everything. And I think that's what makes him such a big part of the game. And he's going to be sorely missed whenever the time comes that he has to put down his rackets.
Yeah, yeah. And everybody was sort of saying, weren't they, many moons ago, that it'll be the knees that give out first, you know, because of all the pressure and the weight. When you see Rafa in the flesh, as you know, Anna, he's huge, isn't he? He's really built. Guy. So he's carrying a lot of muscle. But it's such a shame, the foot issue, and it seems to be with him. And it's just about managing it on a daily basis. You don't quite know what you're going to get. Anyway, this is looking good. Alfie's just checking the feel of the court. Might need a few more moments. But it's been one of those really frustrating weather days, because we should have started at 12:30. It's now almost 3:15. And, well, we're still through the belly of the first set here with another 2 whole matches to come as well. But these hardy fans love their tennis, and hopefully the majority will wait on and enjoy the fruits of their stay once we resume. It's also been raining in Birmingham, we're told, with today's quad singles match between Andy Lapthorne and Anthony Cottrell. Got moved indoors, and Andy Lapthorne crushed Cottrell in the end, 1-love, and now plays James Shaw tomorrow. So thanks to Marshall Thomas, our man behind the scenes, who is the real go-to for wheelchair tennis. We love him to bits, that man. He's just so helpful. He gives us all of our stats and our backup information. Here we go then. Now, is this a practice serve or are we resuming? Nice. Back to the action then. Gerard serving. And to remind you, it's 3-all first set. Never easy when you resume, having been sat for 15-20 minutes or so. Got to keep the focus high. Narrow thought bridge, carry just a couple of thoughts. Watch the ball closely. Keep the intensity up. Well, you can see Alfie rolling around at speed. Ever busy. That's really good work from the top seed there. Alfie Hewitt roaring after that point. Look at his defensive prowess. He was scuttling around from side to side, being windscreen wipered there.
Just tried to fire himself up as well, didn't he? As you said, it's tough after there's been a rain delay. You've got to just keep warm. Just trying to get that adrenaline going again.
Clever play from the experienced Belgium, putting the ball just where Hewitt didn't want it. You could see Alfie's frustrations. It's been a topsy-turvy resumption here, but Alfie Hewitt is sort of hanging around about as welcome as a wasp at a barbecue at the moment, just trying to make endless balls and just trouble the psyche of the big Belgian. Well, the slice just zipping through a slightly damp grass court. There's no shot quite like it. You saw the way that that responded as it bounced.
Just was a bit more aggressive with that one, wasn't he? The previous one, he just let it go a bit shorter.
Lovely off forehand return from Alfie Hewitt. That was a quality strike. Back to parity we go, and you can see just how close these two former world #1s are in terms of standard of ball striking. It's been high level stuff.
You feel as well that this game is really crucial into the outcome of this first set.
29 points from Gerard, plays 28 from Hewitt. Total points 1. Deadlock on the scoreline. Was that a bad bounce that Alfie Hewitt got there towards the backhand? If so, call the police. We don't, it just doesn't happen around here, does it? Queens and Wimbledon are known for their courts being meticulously kept. Red alert.
Surely it can't have been.
No. So, having had 2 game points, Gerard now has red alert himself with a break point for Hewitt. It's a hat-trick of service breaks, favouring Alfie Hewitt over Joachim Gerard at the moment as he heads out to a slender 4-3 lead in this very tight opening set here in the first men's wheelchair semi-finals from Queens. Been on court just 8 minutes shy of an hour on the match clock. And of course, probably 15-20 minutes of that were taken up by a little rain delay. But it was always going to be a tight one. Their last affair, I think it was 6-3 in the 3rd set at Wimbledon last summer, favouring Joachim Gerard. And indeed, Alfie Hewitt's never beaten Gerard on grass, so he understands today just how big an ask this is. And you can see that being his first match here, the top seed in your picture is almost, by his standards, looking quite anxious, really. He's so charged and full of energy. It's rather like he's had several sort of sugar drinks before he's come on court. But he's cooking it up just nicely.
Serving with new balls as well. Will help just get the ball shooting through the court a little bit more, especially if that grass is still a little bit damp.
Yeah, the Belgian strong arms through another forehand drive cross court. And I've been looking at the stats, Anna. I think the only real difference, Hewitt first serve percentage landed 60%, Gerard 50, so good on the top seed. Gerard under a little bit of pressure when he's down on second serve, to be expected because of the quality of ground shots from Hewitt. Well, that's nice. There he is again with the early return. He got onto that one quickly and read it so well.
First has just deserted Hewitt a little bit in this game, hasn't it? Given Gerard a few too many looks at second serves. He hasn't looked back on them so far.
So alarm bells ringing here for British fans. Quality serve, little hint of slice on that as well, and it zipped through the court into the chair of Gerard, tangling him. Just sensibly, Alfie going for the towel, just trying to step off stage momentarily, collect his thoughts. Now, can he deliver another important moment for him here? Brilliant, excellent response. Serve and sting again. Joachim might feel slightly wounded from having lost that 15-40 situation. We talk about it so often, but the complexion changes completely when a returner is staring at a second serve to return.
There it is again, isn't it? They're both so strong, especially off that forehand wing off the second serve return. It's almost like they're getting a short ball.
It's almost like it probably takes up a massive percentage of his practice time, Gerard, like he's saying to his coach, come on, serve as hard as you can, I'm going to just try and take it on. Because it's quite something as an able-bodied player as well to try and run at a second serve like that and take it on early as well. Big timing issues, but these guys make it look easy.
They do. I think sometimes when you're sort of using the momentum that you've got when you move on to it, you don't have to look to generate pace, do you? You're just using the pace of the serve, and it's more about just directing it, and these guys seem to be able to do that at will.
Yeah, and a double fault gifted the break of serve to Gerard again, so deadlock again, 4 games all, anyone's set. Ouch, where did that come from? A nice little knifed slice forehand return. Don't see them very often from Alfie. He normally loads it up with topspin, Nadal-esque.
Maybe he should bring out a few more of those if that's what he's going to do with them.
High skill range and versatility. Brilliant. Saw Gerard was on a roll towards his wide forehand and spiked it down the backhand side. Lovely back behind here.
Again, it's that backhand high and deep to the Gerard backhand, isn't it, that does the damage and sets up the short ball.
Really well taken. What a response from Joachim Gerard, having lost the last 2 points. That was wonderful. Really good length and penetration on that final forehand to stay afloat here. These are big, big moments for the Belgian, or for both. That's another buckling backhand return from Hewitt in response, though. And he now has a couple of break points of his own. Both players have been broken 3 times. Will it be Hewitt that nudges to a 4th break of the Belgian serve? Super weighted lob from Gerard in response. Just rightly takes his time. It's a brilliant return again from Hewitt. This is very high quality tennis. He breaks serve for the 4th time, and it's Alfie Hewitt who'll have an opportunity to serve out this opening set. And as he wheeled back to base camp there, was a gorgeous onlooker, Andrew Penny, one of the 3 young British players. He's 17 years of age, Andrew Penny, in the blue cap and the white top courtside. And Ben Bertram and Dannon Ward, they'll all be sort of watching on and learning and helping to sort of invigorate the Brit, Alfie Hewitt, who's on court. They're all very supportive, and it's a lovely warm sort of atmosphere, family-like atmosphere amongst the wheelchair community. And of course they'll be learning so much, the 16, 17-year-olds, about, you know, how to pit your skills against the world number 7 and what to do. And this is just an education for them.
Such a learning experience, isn't it? Just to be able to see these guys and the level that they play, the intensity that they bring, how their games compare to these 2 players, what they need to be doing in practice. It's invaluable.
That's beautiful, isn't it? You knew as soon as he got that Nadal-esque sort of rainbow arc on his forehand, loads it up with so much spin, that the Belgian was getting nowhere near that. It's a great first point. It always plays its part, doesn't it? A little bit of luck. Sometimes more than others, but always a feature of pretty much every match. Nothing lucky about that. That was just hugely skill-based and power-based from the Belgian.
Again, just showing his dominance on the return, isn't he? He's not going to let Hewitt win this without a fight.
Oh, another scorcher from the world number 7. He is on fire right now. Well, they always have nervy nail biters, these two. And when they're playing it, they seem rather nerveless themselves. But as onlookers, we just drool at this kind of tennis. It's been very high level. He didn't, did he? He put it right in the corner of the court. Joachim Gerard, take a bow. 10 out of 10 here for this response. Look at that.
He wasn't even facing the court. He had his back to the court. How has he made that?
Not even a smile. He was that focused. That was outstanding tennis as he breaks back for 5 games all. And we go on in set 1. It seems fitting of a tie-break set potentially. So good. Just getting tangled in the tarpaulin at the back of the court. Oh, the backhand of Gerard was getting a lot of traffic there, but he remained intact and robust.
That was a chance, wasn't it? I had love 15 in the game to go up love 30. That's Gerard off the hook a little bit.
Ooh, didn't miss by much. Total points tally, Gerard's 41, Hewitt 40. Just another marker of how close these two are. That's a stunning return of serve off the backhand from Hewitt. He loves it. Five all, 30 all. Could it be any tighter? 4 breaks of serve each. Well, Gerard, the 33-year-old Belgian, getting a little frustrated with himself there. He's 14 wins, only 8 losses this year. And, Hewitt, 24 wins, offset by just 3 losses. So far more winning for the world #1 as of last week. He's now just been nudged down courtesy of Cunyeda's brilliance to world #2, but he's still the British #1, of course, Alfie. That's a good serve, and Alfie kind of rolled into it too much. On clay, Alfie's always had the upper hand, 3-1 head-to-head. On a hard court, 11-9 head-to-head favouring the Brit, but on grass, 0-2. Gerard seeking 3 consecutive grass wins over Alfie Hewitt today. Stunning. The reverse backhand return was just out of the top draw. That was really nice. Now, what's Alfie having a word with the umpire about here? Unhappy about something. That is a brilliant volley. What a cleverly engineered point.
It's those double skills as well, isn't it? And Gordon Reid is so good at it. Just using those volleys. Like you said, such a good point though. Open up the court well.
Now then, a timely break point for Alfie Hewitt here. The British #1 and world #2 rolls out at some pace to a 6-5 lead in this really tight opening set. It's been going now for an hour and 11 minutes, including a 15-minute or so rain delay. Alfie Hewitt leads 6-5. Hewitt's been leading the way throughout. Joachim Gerhard's been playing catch-up, but it's been a really great watch. Hewitt now has ensured himself a tie break, but it's all been dominated by very high-quality returns of serve. So to try and serve it out really is an uber-tough ask.
Got to make sure he starts making a lot more first serves, doesn't he? As soon as he lands that first punch, winning a higher percentage.
Our players resume with a generous clap courtside. Alfie serving for this opening set then, 6-5. Quality strike, you could hear it off the racket. Too good. Hewitt knew immediately there was a little yelp of yep because he knew he wasn't getting that. That was very high skill level and right back behind the direction that Hewitt had come from. Immaculately struck again. Really enjoys that one, does Alfie Hewitt.
Disguises it well, doesn't he? He's able to flick it cross court as well as down the line. Just holds it for a fraction longer.
Telling length off the backhand return this time from Gerhard. Whatever you can do. Battle of the backhands at the moment.
So Nick tuck this first set, isn't it? Still don't know which way it's going to go.
Almost an hour and a quarter has unfolded in this opener. It's still a long way to go, you sense. Opening set, I should say. Now then, there's no good time to hit a double fault, but that one has yielded a break back point for Gerard here on the Hewitt serve. It's brilliant again from the Belgian number one. A terrific strike, clean as a whistle. And it will be, as we thought, coming in here, be decided this opening set by a tie-break. It seems so fitting.
Just been so impressive how well both players have returned. Anytime they've been a breakdown, it's almost like they've been doubly as aggressive, especially going after the second serves.
Oh, he's found the outside of the line there, has he? Or not? No, maybe not with
Just
that expression.
wide.
That is such high quality from Hewitt. Struck it 10 out of 10. A lot of work on the ball as well. And, well, when it landed, it just zipped up and off the court so quickly. It's a great start to the tiebreak for Hewitt. How will Gerard respond? Alfie roaring for 3 love in this race to 7. There was a lot of quality on that serve. Oh, he rolled the dice. He went for the flash down the line and he found it. Another top 10 strike from Hewitt.
Feels as though he's really just stepped up a level in intensity in this tiebreak, doesn't it? Just seems like he wanted a fraction more than Gerard does and really taken the match to him.
Now he's on the board and always dangerous and troublesome, Joachim Gerard. But Alfie Hewitt is now just 3 points away from securing this topsy-turvy opening set that's been meandering all over the place, frankly. No telling who was going to win it. Well dispatched. He still retains a dangerous presence in it, the burly Belgian. And with the quality of returns that he has, you can never take him lightly. Surely he's done enough, Anna.
I'm not too sure. This first set has been so topsy-turvy. Especially if Gerard somehow manages to get these next 2 service points on the board. Still anyone's set.
High quality delivery from the world number 7. Couldn't back it up. Now that could prove a very costly double fault for Joachim Gerard, as now it brings up 3 set point opportunities for the top seed, Alfie Hewitt. He's got the bug. Still 2 more set points for the world number 2. Well, he has to serve aggressively. He knows that. He's banged in a couple of double faults because he is so vulnerable on second serve return by Gerard. So that's where those doubles have come from. To be fair, they've been proactive. But now, let's see what Joachim Gerard can muster. Still a 3rd set point for Alfie Hewitt, this time on return. It's a quality serve. Gerard's fist pumping, and he's done well to haul this back to parity. 6 points all. A trio of set points have come and gone for the top seed, who's keenly wheeling to the top of your picture to get on with things. He'll be disappointed, but he's got to put that aside and deal with this moment right here, right now. Oh, stunning. They say fortune favours the brave. It was high risk, but Alfie Hewitt found a timely forehand angle to generate a 4th set point.
I'm sure he wishes he'd have done that a couple of points ago. But as you say, just staying brave, staying aggressive, staying true to his game as well. Now, can he find a first serve here?
Alfie Hewitt roars after an hour and 23 minutes in a set that had 10 breaks of serve shared between them and 4 set points. Alfie Hewitt needed to finally cross the line in a set that was meandering here, there and everywhere. Alfie Hewitt puts his hand up and says, "I'll take it." 7 games to 6.
I think there was that sense of relief as well in that roar.
Yeah.
Didn't want to let those set points slide, having served for that opening set as well. Important that he did eventually end up winning it. Now can he take that momentum into the start of this 2nd set?
Well, we spoke as well, didn't we, the sort of curse or delight in having a bye coming in here. He looked rather anxious, didn't he, from the first ball, just so loaded with energy and intensity, almost overdoing it, overplaying. But to be fair to Alfie Hewitt, he put together a really good set against a very good grass quarter. So now halfway home in what would become his first ever win on grass over the Belgian. So that's looking really good, and it's going to be interesting to see how Joachim Gerard responds to what's been a long, long time on court with nothing to show.
Not at all. Just 1 point difference in that opening set, wasn't it? 55 to 54, but like you said, it was just so nip and tuck. Just a few points here and there that were really the difference, wasn't it? First serve was key. I think both players will look at those first serve points won and really want to elevate that as well. 53 and 50%, not quite good enough.
Here we go then, start of set number 2. Hewitt halfway home to a spot in what will be a second Queen's final. Winner here, of course, in 2019. Well, he certainly seems to have compartmentalized and put that first set behind him, judging from the quality of what we've just seen. Oh, almost had it. So fast in defense of the point now for Hewitt.
It's an interesting dynamic as well, isn't it, when you played such a long set? Gerard's got to make sure that he doesn't let that disappointment get to him.
Oh, that's brilliant. I'll tell you what was brilliant. The backhand sort of semi-lob from Alfie Hewitt when he was wide outside the doubles tram, just to recover the point. He knew he had to go high to buy time to get back to neutral in the point. That was really clever. But he's still got a third break point to fend off. Oh, he's missed it. Just manoeuvred the racket head inside the ball a little too much, and it squirted from right to left into the doubles alley there. So Joachim Gerard, credit to him, he's responded very, very well to the loss of that opening set. Breaks Hewitt in the first game of the second.
Again, you wonder whether it's just that calm demeanour that really helps him. A lot of players would be frustrated after losing such a long and tight first set, but nothing seems to faze him, does it?
Yes, it seems he's in for the long haul, which is good. Well, you like that one. Fine angle forehand volley put away. well. Lovely change up there from Alfie. Well, I don't think there was an out call there.
I think it might have just been long.
Oh, you're right. That's been called as well. Suddenly, a couple of very, very slight errors, unforced errors from Gerard creeping in. Perhaps it's written in the stars today for Alfie Hewitt. He's never taken the opening set before on a grass court against today's opponent. But Hewitt here with 2 more break back points. Too good.
Such good use of the angle, isn't it?
Masterful, really, the way he gets it up and down so quickly. That takes some doing. A lot of physicality there. A lot of brush and not much contact on the tennis ball. Hitting up the back of the ball fast. Tough to do. Oh, clever. The slice on the bounce smash was moving away from Hewitt.
Just very aggressive tennis, isn't it? Especially break point down. You don't want to just be pushing the ball in the court, hoping your opponent's going to make an error. He's really going after it. That's what you've got to do on a grass court.
That's a super return from Hewitt. We don't see many of those slice forehands, but whenever he does it cross court, it just cuts away right off the court. Very fast to Gerard's right.
Just takes it so early, doesn't he? Just at the top of the bounce, uses the pace on the ball. And like you say, just cuts under it and it just stays so low.
It's a hard, deep serve from Gerard, who hauls the game back to deuce obediently. Pace on tap there from the Belgian. He's a much thicker set unit than Alfie Hewitt. But Alfie moves around the court at such speed. He's nifty. Found it. Look at the way that the ball responded in a lush part of the court. It just literally rolled out towards the chairs there.
That was impressive, wasn't it? The way you just cut inside the ball. Got a little bit of luck from the net cord, but even so, there was nowhere that Alfie was getting anywhere near that.
Narrowly missed that.
Got exactly the forehand he wanted, didn't he, from the serve? Just pushed it wide.
There's been 3 unforced errors off the floor from Gerard in this game, but he's still in it because he's played some excellent tennis to redeem himself. And he has a very important feel, this game, about it. stunning. It's just brilliant to watch, isn't it? Whenever one of them gets marginally ahead, the other one bites back with authority.
These guys definitely want to get as much grass court practice as they can, don't they, out here?
Yeah. I thought we might be in for a long one, having, you know, seen the scoreline in their quarterfinal in Wimbledon last year, 6-3 in the third set.
I think this must almost be surpassing it, and we've only played just over a set.
Yeah. Of course, we had that rain interval. For those of you who are just joining us, that was about 15 to 20 minutes long. We've now been on court for an hour and 36. Hasn't felt like it, though. It's been spellbinding, particularly that opening set, which was really tight. Nicely done. Seemed to hold the ball on strings for as long as he could and then go back behind. Wheel spinning out to a heady 2-love lead then in this second set is Joachim Gerard.
Just looks a little bit like Alfie's had a little bit of a dip in intensity here. It's hard always to maintain after you've won such a long, grueling opening set.
Yeah, he played such a good tiebreak, didn't he? You know, he's obviously had a little bit of depletion momentarily. Not that much, but at this level, you know, against another former world #1, you've got to be very, very guarded.
It's true, isn't it, the tiny percentages, especially at this level of the sport, and what makes a difference. And you feel as if Gerard's just been able to maintain, and like you say, Hewitt's only dropped off a fraction, but that's all it takes sometimes.
Oh, yes. And we mentioned an hour or so ago, early stages, midway through the first set, that this man had 10% more first serves in. Now he's 2% fewer first serves in than Gerard, at 58% to 60. So the dynamic has shifted. You're right, Anna. Oh, but that is beautiful from Alfie Hewitt. So silky hand skills there. And the overall total tally of points, 68 for Gerard, plays against 63 from Hewitt. So the momentum has shifted quite significantly. 2 further break points here for Gerard. Well, an 8th double fault from Alfie Hewitt, very uncharacteristic, perhaps just overplaying a little, but it's Joachim Gerard, commendably, credit to him, who's dealt magnificently with the loss of that opening set and bounced back with real authority. Springs out to a 3-love lead in set 2. Keeping the sustenance coming in and hydrating, so important. It's still warm out there, particularly when you're rolling around, giving as much as they do. But it has a slightly overcast feel about it, and well, there's a couple of local showers on the forecast, possibly, but it might just skip by if we're lucky. The winds have picked up. It's sort of 16 miles an hour. The breeze right now, so it's not easy. But a welcome respite after what we had yesterday, the highs of 33 degrees. Hottest day of the year so far. Jochen Gerard serving for what might become a 4-love lead here, should he hold on.
See whether the new balls as well make a difference. I'm going to go through the court a little bit quicker.
Well, he's been so impeccable for 3 games, Jochen Gerard. There has to be a little bit of a lull, doesn't there? Alfie will be hanging on, hoping for that dearly. He's got to just sort of get his rain mac on and metaphorically ride out the storm right now. And it has been a very dark, inky black Belgium storm coming his way. Is there a little shard of light overhead for the Brit?
Not if he serves like that, there isn't. Not much that Hewitt can do.
Whoa. Well, Alfie Hewitt shaking his head. Can't believe that he went back to Gerard there, but he won the point nonetheless. Gerard did so well to recover that lob. I thought it was he was out of the point, but somehow he managed to just sort of create something from nothing. More breakpoint opportunity then for Alfie Hewitt. He's got one of the breaks back. Look at that. Lovely high arcing backhand. Change of pace. Look at what it meant to him.
Is that the way he's going to get back into this second set? Is that what's going to fire him up? Just needs a little bit of adrenaline, doesn't he, to just get himself going out here. Yeah, it's a super return of serve, and this is the problem that Alfie Hewitt has. He's trying to up his percentage of first serve, because if he doesn't, he gets clobbered on second quite a bit. But in doing so, he's sort of walking the tightrope, isn't he, of being aggressive but perilously close to lines. And, you know, as a consequence, he's hit 8 double faults today, which isn't like him.
but he has to serve positively against this Belgian because the return's such a standout feature of his game.
There it is again, isn't it? Like you say, it's just finding that balance between being aggressive and being too aggressive. It's always the thing in tennis, isn't it? They say fortune favours the brave, but there's still got to be that element of consistency as well.
Yeah, he just framed it. That's a big point as well. Look at his reaction as a consequence. Gerard now eyeing another ambush of the Hewitt serve and what would be a heady 4-1 lead. Yeah, great disguise from Alfie Hewitt, who's hanging by a thread in terms of the this game and momentum. At this stage, you sense he's taken a little bit of a dip. But that was bossy and consistent. His firm ground stroke strikes with so much spin enabled him to play aggressively with high percentage. Oh, he's overcooked it.
It's one thing you mentioned as well just before about momentum. Just doesn't feel like either player has really used that momentum well in this match, have they? As soon as someone's got a foot up and you thought, okay, they're really going to take charge, all of a sudden a few errors have crept in and they've let their opponent back into the match.
And suddenly now the Belgium looking momentarily on top with opportunity again for 4-1 here. Good save, ball tossed too far to the left, good catch. He's hanging in, he knows the significance of this game. Were he to lose this service game, Gerard would be up and away. Keen Djokovic-looking eyes there from Alfie Hewitt. That's a great game. Pulled out of the fire. A really good tough out from Alfie Hewitt there as he holds on with a second consecutive game, bringing what was love 3 back to 2-3. And as you sense now, he's be hoping for a sustained role in this next game, and in what he needs is a little bit of a drop and a little bit of help from Joachim Gerard, who's been on it up until now in this second set.
Hopefully he can use the energy that he's taken just from winning that last game and getting back to 3-2 in this second set. And like we said, just use that momentum a little bit.
Lovely 1-2 from Gerard to start the game. Yeah, too good from the Belgian, but encouragingly, tennis fans, in terms of first serve percentage, both back up to 62%. So now it's interesting. Alfie Hewitt's raised the bar. He's getting a few more first serves in, though it's the serve of Gerard right now. Can he stay up on that lofty perch of 60% plus? That's where both players will be aiming. When they're down on second serve, Alfie Hewitt's really struggling.
Like you said, both players really struggling when they're having to hit their second serves. Alfie Hewitt down at 21%.
Effect, yeah. Joachim Gerard 33.
Yeah,
that's where it's at.
Makes such a big difference, doesn't it?
Wow, blink and you miss it service hold, and a little roar of delight from Joachim Gerard, the world number 7, is right back on it. Stopping the run of games for the British athlete at 2.
Exactly what he would have wanted as well after missing some points in that previous game. What a get from Joachim Gerard. So quick up to that short ball. You really didn't think he was going to be able to get that, to then have the skill to push it deep.
Just enough pop on the serve to rush Gerard into error. It's a very brave stance he takes on the court, the Belgian, by taking the serve so early. But of course, if you can keep the serve with weight and pace on it, it might just buckle him. And that's what happened on that occasion.
Oh, the skill. Just the racket work that he's able to do. That was not an easy shot. He made it look easy. Took it on the half volley.
Well, if you haven't joined us before for wheelchair tennis, you may not be familiar with the format here, and they do play 3 long sets in the singles. So should Gerard take this one, he'll be treated to a 3rd and deciding set. And then begs the question, are we really going to get through today's order of play with a slightly gloomy look at Queens? 2 more matches to come following this. opportunity here for Gerard, who's eyeing an 8th break of the British serve. Well, uncharacteristically, the former world #1 Alfie Hewitt yields on his serve with a double fault, and it's Joachim Gerard in very determined fashion that heads to the sanctuary of the sit-down with a heady 5-2 lead and an intent to take this one the distance. And it's at this kind of stage, Anna, at sort of 4:30 in the afternoon, that you think, well, with 3 matches scheduled on this court, might they put the last match, which was Gerard and Penny against Bartram and Ward in the second men's doubles semi-final, over onto an adjacent court just to get that through, ready for tomorrow's finals? That might be a clever play, because we've still got Bartram and Houdet to come following this in singles, which is, you know, a tough ask given having seen the forecast. Although it's light till 9:30, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously going to be tricky because Ben's...
Oh, I beg your pardon. What am I saying? Of course he is.
Can't
Sorry,
be in
folks.
2 places at once.
Moment of madness there.
Unless he's got a
Well
twin
said.
brother.
Well said. I don't know how they're going to get around that then. Well, hopefully the weather will hold and we'll all be good. Anyhow, here's Joachim Gerard serving for the second set. Oh, not by much. Oh, just hit the rim.
Such a good serve as well, wasn't it? He'd opened the court up nicely. Had plenty of space to hit into.
It's been uber oppressive, hasn't it? Just how good these players are. High skill level. Incredible wheelchair control. So much variety in the way that they both ply their trade with such effect. Look at that.
There's no real weakness, is there?
No.
Their athleticism, the way they're able to vary it. Both players have got the pace, they've got the variety, they've got the slices. There's really not too many areas that you can exploit.
Again, it's that arcing backhand that's done so much damage for Alfie Hewitt. Joachim Gerard now 2 points away from a set all. And again, momentarily, that word we use so often in tennis, momentum, swings again, favouring the British #1. Oh, he got up to it so quickly, but got in a little bit of a tangle. Ball was coming in at an awkward angle. Alfie unable just to nudge that away, as he does so well normally.
Almost felt like probably should have used the backhand there, but decided he was going to hit a forehand.
Good back behind from Gerard, plenty of width. And now, as we tick into the third hour on court, Joachim Gerard has a set point. That's a wonderful serve to secure set two. Alfie Hewitt had chances to extend his stay in that set, but was unable to, and it's the burly Belgian who levels the match, and we go on. We're going to go down the final straight. It'll all be decided with a third set eminently. Terrific set by Gerard, 6-2, he takes it. It's so tough to pick a winner, Anna, isn't it?
I really wouldn't want to try. Both players are playing some great tennis out here. I think it's going to be key how both players can start this third set. Are they able to get out of the box quickly? You saw in that last set, Gerard was able to race out to a 3-love lead, and Hewitt just wasn't able to turn it around. Is Gerard able to just, like we've spoken about, use that momentum? Or is Hewitt going to be able to find a way? Just needs to bring a little bit more energy, don't you feel?
Yes, I do. Yeah, because when he started, he was like a, you know, he was just a frenzy of energy, wasn't he, Alfie Hewitt? People just feeling the cool a little bit locally. They've got towels around them. The sweaters are out, the cardigans. It's all being donned. It certainly has changed dramatically from this time yesterday, where it was a sweltering 33 degrees. Now well beneath, probably 10, 12, 14 degrees cooler than that. Almost feels like Melbourne, where you get sort of 4 seasons in a day at the moment.
It does.
But there's a breeze as well. And still plenty of fans courtside enjoying this one, as we are as well. So here we go then. The start of set number 3 upcoming. Alfie Hewitt to get us underway out here on 5. Oh, it's a gorgeous response from Alfie Hewitt. Just such good nous about where to place the ball. That was just cleverly done. Calm-headed as well.
Smart, wasn't it? Just saw that Gerard was behind the baseline. Knew that that short drop shot would be effective. Still had to execute though.
Look at the way that ball moved away from right to left on our TV screens. That was incredible from Hewitt as well, who's on a bit of a roll right now. And you sense that Hewitt, with a 15-13 overall head-to-head, though he's never beaten this man on grass, he wants to extend his lead. That's how uber competitive these athletes are. Well, he's not going to want to reflect on the double fault count after that cheeky little serve there.
Second time he's used that, isn't it? Didn't quite pay off this time.
Yeah, it's all fair. Years ago, it was deemed as a little bit unfair and a little bit sort of ungentlemanly, but now several players on the able-bodied tour use it on a regular basis, so why not in wheelchair tennis as well? Clever. Changes the look.
Can be a smart play when your opponent's standing so far behind the baseline as well. An unexpected trick.
No nonsense return from the strong man on the other side of the net. It's a lot to carry, isn't it? His build, very thick set. But when racket does meet ball, generally, he's got a weighty connection. So there we go then. Joachim Gerard looking good. Gerard serving with a break of serve advantage early in this third set. Now this is a poignant stat now, Anna, and you'll have seen the stats as well. Look at the winning percentage on second serve. Alfie Hewitt, alarmingly, only 17%. Joachim Gerard off his second serve, 40%. That's where the match is being won and lost right now.
It is those sort of margins that make a difference, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, it really is. And to be honest, total breaks of serve. Joachim Gerard 9 breaks of the Hewitt serve. Alfie Hewitt just the 6 breaks in response. So it's that return game of Joachim Gerard that is just marginally better at the moment. It can all change in a heartbeat, but generally that thread has gone through the couple of sets that we've seen unfold so far, and he started to really grab the reins of control here, the burly Belgian. And he's always a handful on a grass court. He just seems to love it, doesn't he? 2 previous victories over Alfie Hewitt. Only twice they've met on a grass court before, and he's gunning for 3.
Be interesting to see what he feels the difference is between when he plays him on a clay court with his record compared to when he plays him on the grass court. Is he being unbeaten as well? Is there something he does differently? Is there a different tactic he uses? Just a different mindset? Does he feel more confident?
I think he's got a very good slice backhand as well that cuts through the court. I just like the way he puts his points together. I think he's a menace on second serve return. He's always rolling in, you know, sort of with a lot of presence, kind of in your face early second serve return. As was Hewitt there.
Especially on a clay court, you think it maybe kicks up a little bit too high for him to be able to do that, maybe.
Yeah,
But whereas
yes.
on a grass court, it sort of
In the
sits up
slot.
at the perfect height,
Well said.
like it was there.
Joachim Gerard extends his lead to 2-love in the third set with a very solid service game. And he's really done very, very well. You have to give credit where it's due, you know, to turn that, what was a wounding tiebreak around in after, what was it, an hour and 22 minutes, and suddenly he's come back, fought hard in Nadalesque fashion, you know, turned the set 6-2 and now 2-love up in this third set.
Really seems to have that momentum, doesn't he? Is he going to be able to use it better in this third set? But it seems like he's really just in the zone.
I love the way Alfie sort of spins his chair there. It's quite cool, isn't it? Waiting for that response to land. Almost as if to show to his opponent just how much energy he has. He certainly is a live wire on the court. Good body jammer there, kept the pace on that serve as well, and commendably he's upped his first serve percentage. He's now in the lead by 3%, but that 3% could be quite significant because when he's down on second serve, well, we've told you the problems he has. Nicely done. Lovely little slice from Alfie Hewitt. Things momentarily looking up. British fans encouraged with what he's brought so far in this game. Not so fast, says Gerard.
There's that pressure that the returns create. You can see Gerard moving in. Just feels like he has to do a little bit more with that second serve, putting pressure on, causing the double fault.
Yeah, it's very imposing and in your face, isn't it? This constant worry for a server with that rolling towards you. Oh, he's just run out of court there. It was a clever little angle from Gerard, but British delight courtside. This is a huge game. Good lead from Alfie Hewitt as the ball obediently speeds over the baseline. And he's on the board early stages in set 3, but he's still got a lot of work to do. It's Gerard in the lead, 2-1, deciding set. And it's interesting, you know, I'm thinking out loud as they take your bottles away, Anna, from last night. I'm thinking to myself, oh, you did drink a lot, didn't you?
I did. A bit of a headache today.
How how they, you know, in terms of the temperatures having dropped a little, almost throughout the course of this match. It's been so long because they're into the third hour. And, you know, I'm wondering, who do you think the cooler conditions favour? Or is that just kind of an irrelevance at this stage?
That's a good question. I think you look at someone like Gerard, especially on slower conditions where, like you say, it's a little bit cooler. The ball's not quite going through the court as much as it was yesterday. You think sort of someone like him is able to hit through the court a little bit more, so maybe Gerard, but then you look at the skills that Hewitt has as well, the slice he's been able to have. It's a tough one to call, isn't it, really?
It is, and what would have been a bird's eye view is now a dog's eye view from that window that we saw there. Well answered. He just brings so much to a grass court, doesn't he? I'm sure, you know, we were sort of touching on that on the game prior, weren't we? When he hits the grass, he knows exactly what he's up to. Look at his court position. He's often inside there, isn't he, doing the damage? And I just think he's been inside that baseline more often than Alfie has. Alfie's been scurrying and kind of having to play catch-up. It's just the way that their game styles match up. Alfie plays more effectively on the clay with his arcs. You said so. That early return is difficult on a clay court because it's jumping more, the second serve, but not here. Plays into the Belgians' hands tactically, a grass court, and I think that's why we're seeing this slightly favourable momentum his way out here at the moment.
I completely agree. I think you look at the way Alfie plays a little bit, it's more sort of that counter-punching style, isn't it? Whereas Gerard is that sort of aggressive baseline and is really looking to dictate the points, and especially on a grass court, that is so effective first strike tennis.
Yeah, it's flatter, firmer, lower. He likes his slice as well. It's all quite direct, isn't it? Whereas Alfie's more rainbow and arky-like and, you know, sort of top spinny. And we know that grass favours the former a lot more, the aggressor, the person that generally gets in first with a flatter, lower strike.
Especially in these slightly cooler, heavier conditions as
Yeah.
well.
Some sort of disturbance courtside momentarily. I'm sure it's nothing too serious. That clever little slice off the forehand side, keeping it low, has served Alfie really well, as it has on the backhand as well.
I wonder whether maybe that's something he should look to use a little bit more.
Agreed. That's stunning, a fourth ace from Gerard as he bangs the ball down the other end and has a commanding, heady two-game cushion here in set 3. Alfie's very good at resetting his shoulders. It's made me sit up more directly and try and stabilise your shoulders by pushing them back and down.
I think I need to do that as well.
Yeah, it's just been a long match, hasn't it? Fun, though.
He's also got a very good sort of poker face, doesn't he? He doesn't really let his emotions show. Even the disappointment hides it well.
More drinking. Yeah, kiss the paint. Fell away that return of serve from Gerard, immaculately struck. Again, he's causing trouble. Let's see how he handles this. Look at him prowling like a tiger towards this return of serve. Oh, rifled off the court, that slice.
And this is the danger, isn't it? When Gerard's in this sort of form, he takes the racket out of your hands a little bit, doesn't he? There's not really much you can do.
I guess able-bodied equivalent would be playing somebody like a John Isner or a Riley Opelka, where you just, you don't have a say. And that's the way Gerard plays on a grass court in a wheelchair. Really tough, real smothering game here on return of serve. Almost made that.
I think that's the hardest type of player to play against, isn't it? Because as a tennis player, you don't want to feel as if the kind of match isn't in your grasp. But like you say, when you play someone like that, you're really kind of at their mercy.
Well, it was another double fault for Alfie Hewitt, and that is a real wounder. That's number 14 or 15 now. And this feels like a very significant game. Joachim Gerard with 2 more breakpoint opportunities. Quality backhand from Hewitt in response. Still with work to do.
Alfie can find a way to get out of this game, otherwise you do feel as if this match is almost out of his reach.
Again, the backhand of Alfie Hewitt, really high quality strike. Momentarily averts danger. But he'll be on red alert right now. Stunning point. Gutsy. Rolled the dice and it paid off. 3 consecutive points. Can he make it 4? Not so fast, says the Belgian.
The frustration as well from Hewitt. Wasn't a bad first serve, was it?
No, quite. Oh, you lucky thing. Arms aloft from Alfie Hewitt, as if to say, what was that, Joachim?
That's what happens there when you try and be aggressive. Sometimes you just get a little bit of luck.
It's a third break point of this very significant game right now through the belly of the third set. Gerard eyeing what might be a 4-1 lead here. And it is indeed exactly that. Joachim Gerard into double figures with the breaks of serve that he's notched now over the Alfie Hewitt delivery. And he heads out to a 3-game cushion. 4-1, the Belgian, world number 7, in charge here in this deciding set. Well, you would imagine even the great Alfie Hewitt probably won't be able to come back from here, sadly to say, for British fans' perspective.
It will be tough, won't it? Especially if Gerard maintains this form that he's shown in this third set. You've got to think that Alfie's just got to try something a little bit different. Is he going to add a little bit more slice? Is he going to look to try and come forward? Just got to find a way to get Gerard out of his rhythm, because at the moment he's seeing the ball like a football, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and you know, total points won. He's 15 points ahead as well now, Gerard. It's taken a lopsided look slightly, and Alfie's chuntering to somebody courtside out of desperation. He's not happy. Well, what has he got in response? We know how tenacious he's been. We've seen it over the years. He's bound to dig deep. But as he run out of time, the question on everybody's lips. That's clever grass play. And it seems ridiculous, doesn't it? And I always remembering trying to sort of almost fight the court, thinking that a topspin backhand would surely be better than a slice. But on grass, you've got to play the court.
You do.
And, you know, it really is a very effective shot, the slice.
As he's shown throughout this whole match, every time he's used it. And
Good
again,
back behind.
2 points again, he's used it, and 2 points he's won.
Yeah.
But like you say, this is where you're so used to not using it throughout the year when you play on other surfaces as much, and especially with the few tournaments they play and the few practice sessions they get on the grass, it's tough to change that mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, and you sort of regress to your default setting, don't you? Rather like a computer. Now that's encouraging. He's got the break back as Alfie Hewitt, and that was commendable because it was to love over the Gerrard serve. So emphatic there was the top seed. Can he get his teeth in now and run for an extended offering of points?
Such clear thinking as well, that game, wasn't it? It just looked like he added some variety to it. He just thought, something's got to change.
Yeah, he must have heard you.
I'm not sure I can totally claim credit for that one.
That's an awesome turnaround. It's Joachim Gerrard for the first time in this match who was really rolling from side to side throughout the point, and commendably turned defense into attack. And look at the finish and the reaction.
It's unbelievable hustling, wasn't there, from behind the baseline. You thought multiple times that Hewitt was going to win that point.
He's with his coach Damien Martingue as well, and he had a quick glance back to him after that point. He was pleased with himself, Gerrard.
Is it one of those points as well that is one of those momentum shifters as well? You thought Hewitt was on a little bit of a roll there, had that point on his racket as well.
Now, having succumbed on his previous service game, Joachim Gerrard suddenly looking very, very dangerous again. Sitting tall in his chair, imposing, imperious. Oh, that's gorgeous from Hewitt. Again, did you see the way that that one shot off the court? Now a concession of serve here, and the match is over. Two very important British points. Yep, just enough pop on the serve to keep the Belgian at bay. Can he do so again? Well, it's not been his best day on serve. An 18th double fault yield serve for the 11th time. The Belgian just a game away now at 5-2 in this deciding set from a spot in tomorrow's final. And when you reflect back to what we were saying earlier in the match, how he was just 2 points away from a final spot last year against Gordon Reid, this will feel a good position to be in, totally redeeming himself a year later. He went on, of course, to win Wimbledon, his maiden Wimbledon title. That meant obviously so much to him, as it does everybody. But now he's in a very commanding situation here, and he'll be feeling pretty relaxed as he sits down, and people catching a glimpse from every little doorway, balcony, locally. Even offering some support to the athletes. Good to see. So Gerard here takes to the baseline and a wheel around and try and put a lid on this match right now. Big burly backhand to secure the point from the Belgian.
And a big first serve there.
Yeah, his serving profile has been far better, in all honesty. 4 aces, only 7 double faults to 1 ace and 18 from Alfie. After a long, windy road on a back court at Queen's Club, it's Joachim Gerard that, in very determined fashion, finds a way through, ousting the top seed Alfie Hewitt, coming through 6-7, 6-2, 6-2 after well over 2.5 hours of action out here on court 5, and he's getting a generous hand from the local crowd. That was very, very determined from the Belgian, the world number 7, former world number 1, finding a way through, and more importantly, extending his lead over Alfie Hewitt on a grass court to 3-0 head-to-head. That was quite a match. What a turnaround, having lost that really tight opening set as well.
Absolutely. He could easily have just fallen away, like you said, after losing such a long and grueling first set, but the way he was able to turn it around, and he almost stepped up a level, didn't he, in these next 2 following sets. It's going to take so much confidence in tomorrow and also into Wimbledon in a couple of weeks' time. Interesting stats, isn't it? The double faults for Hewitt really stand out, really struggled on serve, especially in those second and third sets. And those second serve points won down at 17%. Something he's really going to have to look to improve leading into Wimbledon. But
yeah, I think that's a reflection of the whole match, isn't it? The fact that Gerard was just so imposing on return, as he always is, but it's particularly prevalent on this surface. And, you know, in Alfie's defence, I think that he was serving aggressively. That's why the double fault tally was up so high. He was having to really roll the dice. But as you say, he's got to get better off that second serve. That's the takeaway message for him. He's a bright young spark as well. He'll run with that positively rather than negatively, I'm sure. But there's work to do in his game, and it's great that these guys push so hard at each other. So the first of our 3 semi-finals then going commendably to Joachim Gerard, who showed a lot of spirit and fight on a very difficult day where, you know, there was a sort of slight rain interruption for 15 or 20 minutes or so during the middle of the match, but they kept on going after a rain-delayed start. And the Belgian #1 found a way through against Alpha Hewitt. So the top seed is out. Gerard goes through to the final tomorrow and lies in wait for the winner of the next semi-final, which will be between Ben Bartram of Great Britain, world number 41, young 16-year-old, who'll take on the second seed, Stefan Houdet, the 51-year-old, world number 5. So don't go too far. Thanks for your company. Do stay with us, and we'll bring you that one imminently.
Thank you. 45. So just keep it there.
Welcome back to our second semi-final then on semi-final Saturday. From the bottom half of the wheelchair men's singles draw, Stefan Hewitt in the grey on the right of your picture, the second seed, world number 5, 51 years of age, takes on Ben Bartram of Great Britain. Now, where has Hewitt wheeled off for? What's he forgotten? Okay, perhaps his wheel rims are a little wet or something needs tightening up. Or maybe he's just getting a perspective for how much water is on the court, having sort of rolled out. He just wants to sort of feel how damp the towel gets, maybe. A man of vast experience, this 51-year-old from France. First meeting between the two. Young 16-year-old from Great Britain with a very bright future. He comes in today feeling as proud as punch as he was named as the LTA Junior Player of the Year in 2022 in the LTA Tennis Awards last month, and he received his award on centre court earlier today at the Queen's Club. And while Ben Bartram in your picture is making his grass court debut at the Cinch Championships, Hewitt is playing at the Queen's Club for the third time. He reached the men's singles final, did Hewitt, and won the men's doubles with Nicholas Pfeiffer in 2018 when the wheelchair tournament was just an exhibition event. And was a singles and doubles semi-finalist last year, Hewitt. But this is Ben Bartram, of course, in our picture, just 16 years of age, from Norwich born, lives in Sprowston in Norfolk. Loves a clay court, really, and really does enjoy his backhand. We caught a glimpse of him yesterday for the first time as he downed Dannon Ward 6-4, 6-2 in an hour and 13 minutes. He's 41 in the world as we speak, and is just 3 spots off of a career high that was just last week. And here's Stefan Hewitt, his opponent today, who, well, he's been at the top of the wheelchair ladder for over a decade. He was London 2012 men's singles silver medalist, Beijing 2008 men's doubles gold medalist, partnering Jeremiah's, and in Rio 2016 men's doubles gold medalist, partnering Nicholas Pfeiffer, who he plays with today. Not today, just ongoing in doubles generally. He was the 2012 year-end world #1 and ITF world champion back then, and he's a 3-time Wimbledon men's doubles champion. 18 times Grand Slam doubles champion is Stefan. So massively experienced, and this really is quite a contrast in that regard, because it is literally youth versus experience for a spot in the Queen's final. 35 years between them, and it is a first meeting, so we don't know what we're going to get. Hewitt, well, he had a rout of a match, quite frankly, against an ill opponent. Thomas Dodds of South Africa yesterday was down 6-love, 1-love. After 31 minutes, he had to stop. The heat was just too overwhelming. He was feeling not great and had to leave the court. So Hewitt ripped through that one in no time at all, quite frankly, on the basis of his retired opponent. Let's wish him well in his recovery. Presumably he's cooled down, he's okay now. But Ben Bartram will put up much more of a fight. He's got a gorgeous backhand, lovely serve, loaded with spins and speeds, and a typical sort of flashy junior with all the tools, Anna Smith, beside me.
Yeah, he does. Yesterday was the first time we really got to see him in action. Really impressive what he was able to bring. But like you say, the golfing experience, but these two is so vast. But I'm sure Ben Bartram's really going to try and give Stefan Hewitt a run for his money.
Yesterday, Hewitt in his 7 games contested hit 11 aces and landed 76% first serves in. He won the match 32 points to 4 total tally. Ben Bartram, he hit the solitary ace, 12 double faults, only landed 48 first serves, 48% first serves in. So, you know, there is a gulf in experience here, and this man is one of the guys that they all look up to because he's been around the tour for so long. I mean, when you think of Shingo Kunyeda's just, I think, 38 years of age, this fellow is 51. He's just been around forever. He's a qualified vet, a really good former golfer as well, and he's got 2 sets of twins as well. So he's a very old man, like Roger Federer, same. He's done it all, hasn't he? And he's a real pioneer for, and a big statesman for wheelchair tennis, as these guys just hammer down a few serves. And then we'll be underway in our second of 3 semi-finals that we'll be bringing you today, because of course we've got the semi-finals of the doubles from this bottom half of the draw to come. Well, it's been a long day for Ben Bartram, because I saw him courtside throughout pretty much the entirety of the opening set and a half that Hewitt was contesting against Gerard. And then obviously he went to calm himself down. And sometimes you don't want to be sitting courtside for too long, do you, Anna? Because you can it's just grueling.
It's energy sapping, isn't it?
Feel like you've played the match.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't almost realise it, but by the time you stop watching, you feel a little bit drained. So I'm sure he got back inside the clubhouse, did his pre-match routine, and I'm sure he's ready to go. Yeah,
Houdet, I mentioned that he's got 2 sets of twins. He's used to big families. He's the eldest of a family of 3. He's a sister called Manuela and a brother called Mikhail. I don't know if they're keen tennis players, but certainly Stefan obviously loves the game a lot, because to be out here at 51 is commendable, and he's in great shape. And he's constantly trying to push for new, better things. He wants to evolve his chair even better. As you can see, it's very, very light, very state-of-the-art, very expensive. Arguably the most expensive chair in wheelchair tennis right now. And he wants to get, a more elevated perch. I believe we mentioned yesterday, he wants to change his seating arrangement so he can get even more purchase around the ball. But he's got a big serve, the Frenchman, and it's going to be really interesting to see how Ben can sort of, oppose that. And how will he respond, the young man? It's going to be a really insightful match to see the up-and-coming youngster, one of the 3 British juniors that we've seen on stage here in the early passages of this tournament, and how he goes today against the ultimate in men's wheelchair experience, frankly.
I think it's important the way he starts as well, isn't it? Especially when you're playing someone who's got a lot more experience than you. You don't want to give them too much of a head start.
Second semi-final then between Ben Bartram of Great Britain, the world number 2 junior, takes on the world number 5 senior. 35 years between them. Stefan Houdet will be his opponent today. It's Ben Barton to get this second men's semi-final underway. Good serving, early stages here from Bartram. A little too greedy there, Hewitt. So it's Ben Bartram that gets his scoreboard moving, and he'll be delighted with that. That's a keen start and a solid service hold for the 16-year-old from Norfolk. We'll really get to see what this young lad's all about. Oh yes, he loves his backhand, and there was a good early sort of example of that.
It's a great defence as well by Hewitt. Manages to get it in the corner. But like you said, Bartram really favours that backhand wing.
High class second serve, kicking up and out to the backhand of Bartram. Hewitt looking very secure behind his own delivery. Draws level early stages. Wind has really picked up locally.
A lot cooler out there as well, isn't it?
Temperatures have really dropped, I would say arguably sort of towards 15 degrees lower than it was yesterday. Well, again, this man so long in the tooth, so such a salty old sea dog in terms of quality of serve and return. That's a lovely drop shot. Nicely done, zipped off the court. So Hewitt's got some traction in this return game. It's funky wheels he's got, isn't it? Just so aerodynamic looking.
Interesting that he plays with 2 gloves as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't see many players doing that.
Yeah, he's got the leverage as well, having one good leg to sort of help push from as well a little bit.
He's able to use that core strength, isn't he?
Yes.
Sits a little bit higher in the chair as well.
Which helps on serve, doesn't it? So first breakpoint opportunity of this second semi-final. Oh yes, that was a beautiful response from Ben Bartram, who's fist pumping, and rightly so. Terrific point from him. Huge opportunity today for this young 16-year-old. As I said yesterday, you've got to pinch yourself to remind him. You remind yourself how young he is. The opportunity to get to a, you know, a massive level final here. ITF 2 level event, this. Nicely done. Thought for a moment he hadn't done enough with the forehand approach, but he got away with it.
And also the level of player that he's able to compete against as well. It's such a learning experience as well. Obviously he wants to make the final, but he's going to learn so much from playing someone like Hewitt, where his game matches up.
He's got a lot of arch on that back, hasn't he, for the serve. Gets a lot of sort of racket head speed from that. Well, it's Hewitt who wastes no time. He breaks serve at the second time of asking and heads out to a 2-1 lead early stages in set 1. But he's got a very commanding presence on court. He'll play when he's ready, and he's not entirely happy with the state of his layup of his chair by the seams of things. He's making sort of running repairs as we speak, just adjusting nuts and bolts and what have you. For Ben Bartram, it's all that little bit more simplistic, his layup of his chair. Took up wheelchair tennis at the age of 11 after attending a wheelchair tennis talent ID day. Norwich born and bred. He had pictures of fellow Norfolk player Alfie Hewitt, who he saw lose the previous semi-final on his bedroom wall when he was young. Probably hate us telling that story right now as he gets to those sort of late teenage years, you know what I mean? What you saying, I'm different, you know, you can hear it, can't you?
Don't embarrass him, do
Oh,
we?
exactly. He's a good lad, and he's acquitting himself well out here throughout the course of this tournament so far. Beating his doubles partner yesterday, Dannon Ward, 4-2, Aaron 13. But already he's knocking on the door of the top 40. He's been inside as of last week, but just slipped outside recently. Hewitt, can he hold on and consolidate here? A little greedy with the drop volley. And that's where, Anna, I think you, like me, are probably anticipating that Hewitt will be better in the first 2 shots of every point. You know, serve, return, first strike. World number 5. There's a gulf in ranking and experience between the two of them. There you see the slider wide from the deuce court. He's got so many ways of finding so many different spots in the service box, from this elevated perch there in his chair layup. Hewitt. And he's constantly keeping you guessing as well. Look at the follow-up there, sort of carving around the inside of that backhand slice approach.
There's no hanging around either in between points, is there?
No, there's nowhere to hide, is there? It's been a long day. He'll be wanting to do this efficiently, I'm sure. When I'm watching Hewitt play, I sometimes get a little feeling that it's a bit of a Robert De Niro look-alike.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind you saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Every now and then from a certain angle. Meet the Fockers.
Getting the Sherlock Holmes. Do you mean Ben Stiller?
No. I know who you mean there. He's great, isn't he? No, I do mean Robert De Niro. That he is sort of co-star in that. Well, that's a good solid hold from Hewitt, who's still not entirely comfortable with the way that he's seated. But he does look pretty relaxed and comfortable at the moment. Bartram playing catch-up here. 2 games adrift, 1-3. How's that for clever? What a magician he is.
Just seems to pick the right shots at the right times, doesn't he? He knows how to push Bartram back.
And the way that he's sort of nonchalantly looking around between points, as if to take it all in. That's nice. Good response from Bartram.
It's that experience, though, isn't it? When you are so experienced like he is and played so many matches, you just have that air of calmness, don't you?
Bartram, you'd imagine, would be looking for more sort of baseline rallies and a little bit more rhythm, but he won't be given that from Hewitt. Hewitt will be keeping the point short, drop shot, slice, the odd big boomer off the forehand. And on tap, there it comes.
No, you're absolutely right. He's going to try and use all of that experience, all of that variety that he has to be able to throw Bartram off his game. Because like you said, Bartram's going to want to try and hit big from the baseline, but he's not going to enjoy so much the drop shots that Hewitt is going to be hitting.
More trouble for the 16-year-old Brit right now, staring down the barrel at 1540. Second seed, Stefan Hewitt is in menacing mood. He whizzes out to a 4-1 lead in this opening set, and there's a swagger to his presence on court right now. Steely and imperious, the second seed. It's all going his way. A little discussion with perhaps one of the technicians about the chair issue, perhaps. But he's not entirely happy, though he will be with the scoreboard. He's only conceded 1 game all tournament so far, Hewitt, in the last couple of matches. For Ben Bartram, it's a learning curve. He'll take a lot from this either way. It's been a good tournament for him. And, well, in a way, kind of quite lucky, these juniors, that actually it's been a bit of a sort of a lesser entry, if you will, with the absence of Gordon Reid and Gustavo Fernandez, because it's been a big positive for these guys to get in, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Massive opportunity.
It's been a treat as well for us to be able to see the,
the next
up-and-coming
wave
generation, isn't it?
Of which there's so many, right?
It is, it's exciting.
British tennis is absolutely booming right now. I think British tennis has won something like 50 plus titles this year as a collective.
That's impressive. But like you say, in all aspects of the game, it's just going from strength to strength, isn't it?
Yeah, British Stars surpassed 50 tour titles for this season. 54. 38 unique British champions were only in June. Incredible.
Let's hope there's going to be more to add to that tally throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, a bit of a bluff there from Hewitt, and Bartram was wise to that.
Trying to intimidate, wasn't he? Make him pick a direction.
Do you know,
Stayed calm.
Anna, do you know how many Brits had confirmed to be playing at Wimbledon in the Championships fortnight this year?
Are we including qualifying or just the main draw?
I would say just the main draw.
That is a good question.
Able and disabled body.
Wow. I'm going to guess about 35?
36.
Oh,
36.
so close.
It's amazing though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So many. Who'd have thought that? It's terrific.
But again, it's just showing the strength in depth, isn't it?
Well, the British wheelchair programme has just been delivering on-tap players from, you know, men's, women's, quads, everything. Brilliant. And able-bodied as well. It's been a real coup to Scott Lloyd and his team. Hewitt a little blasé there. Now Bartram with a half chance. Well, he almost neutralised the point there, Stefan Hewitt. But Bartram managing to put a lid on it in the end. Had to work very hard there.
I think he probably thought he'd won the point about 4 or 5 times before that.
Yes. That's certainly his favoured wing, that backhand topspin. Does that all day long. Ben Bartram, of course, made his senior British debut alongside Alfie Hewitt at the World Team Cup last year. Big moment for him. So he's learning all the time, adding on this experience bank. Well, Hewitt knew as soon as he made contact with that there was far too much contact and not enough spin. So it's another breakpoint opportunity here for Ben Bartram. Bartram gets the break back commendably. Terrific game from him, aided by a little bit of a lack of concentration from Hewitt. But he's nipping away at the heels of Stefan, is Ben. And he'll be hoping for a consolidation of that break of serve here as he wheels up to the line shortly to serve himself. He is supposed to be out in the next match as well, alongside Dannon Ward, the man that he beat yesterday, his friend. They'll take on Gerard and Penny in the men's doubles semi-final. Oh, cleverly done. It's interesting, isn't it? The Hewitt sort of rally tempo is quite slow. He likes to go very high and almost not giving any pace to Bartram to play with.
Yeah, he likes mixing it up, doesn't he? Using those higher balls, using the slice, trying not to give Bartram much rhythm.
Nicely done, good disguise.
So again, like you say, that wasn't that quick, was it? But it's just smart the way he's able to hold the ball.
Oh, nicely done. The Bartram backhand. Something to behold. But he's still under pressure. So the forehand return from Hewitt just spilling along. Bartram is still afloat in this delicate service game. Not for long. Hewitt breaks serve again. It's a second break of his opponent's serve, and he heads out to a heady 5-2 lead, just a game away from the opening set. The Frenchman down at the bottom of the draw, seeded second, rolling along nicely here. Anna, tell us your story about when you shared the court with him. Come on.
Well, this was a few years ago. I can't remember the exact year. I think maybe it was 2017. I was playing a tournament in Strasbourg, and we'd finished the match, and then Stefan came on court, and we ended up playing a tie break actually. So I actually managed to get to hit with him, and he was such a lovely guy, really, really sweet. Very humble with all his successes and everything, and yeah, it was a really, really good little match we got to play.
How did you go?
I think I might have taken the victory, only just, but yeah, no, it was a lot of fun, and like I said, really, really nice guy.
He's very charismatic, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he brought his Olympic medals as well, if I remember correctly.
You said he was humble, he's showing off.
Yeah, I know.
Serving for the set then, the second seed, Hewitt from France. And what do you think Bartram has to do to really get a sort of traction in this? Or is it as simple as serve and return? It looks that way to me.
Yeah, I think obviously the first serve percentage has got to be high. That's just the main thing to start with. But then also he's got to use the power that he has in his game as well. If you get Stefan Hewitt moving around especially able to use that backhand side. If you give him time, it's game over, really. But like there, you just can't afford to hit it with no pace down the middle of the court. Huday's just got so many options of what he can do with the ball.
He's armed with new balls here as well, so that, you know, he's getting that little bit more fizz through the air, fresh out of the can.
Especially with that slice serve that he really likes to use. It just stays so low, makes it so hard to attack.
Oh yes, clever. Using all of his experience of 50+ years of age, just carving around the side of that one to get it up and down quickly. And now he has a set point, does Stefan Houdet. Or perhaps a little greedy there. And back to deuce we go. He really likes that slider out wide on the deuce, doesn't he? He's got the ability to take you right outside the doubles alley. Second set point for Houdet. Oh, nicely done. Secured that time. And all inside half an hour, Houdet bags the opening set and is halfway home to another final.
Impressive set, wasn't it? Just really showed who's boss out there. Showed the variety that he has in his game, and Bartram just really struggled to find a foothold in that opening set.
So far, all tournament, just dropping the 2 games. Houdet's look pretty imperious throughout. So there are the numbers. 3 breaks of serve to 1. And the big problem area, when you look at again, the second serve points 1. Bartram's got to get better in that discipline.
It is such a big... It's such a big difference, isn't it? When, especially when the first serve's not going in, you've just got to think, how am I going to back it up? But it's tough when you've got someone like Houdet who's able to hit every shot off that second serve as well. Either you try and maybe slow down the first serve a little bit, put a higher percentage in, or you're going to have to go for a little bit more on the second serve.
Houdet was involved in a motorbike accident, sadly. He was an amputee at the age of 25. And began playing wheelchair tennis as late as 34. So he's actually been playing sort of active wheelchair tennis only for 16 years or so. He's 9 and 7 this year, Stefan. Wins to losses over the course of the Uniqlo Tour. He's won 51 singles titles, 120 doubles titles. 3 of them in doubles have come this year. Played with Gerard twice for victory and Payfer once. Oh, nicely done. Got the thumbs up from Houdet, that one.
I'm looking forward to seeing Houdet and Hewitt play together tomorrow as well.
Yes.
It should be really interesting, the contrast in styles. The craft of Houdet against the power of Hewitt.
Yeah, they're right at the top of the draw in doubles playing together. Had plenty of time as it bobbled off the top of the net, that one.
Probably was going for a winner, wasn't it, that forehand? They just got a little bit of luck. Sat up for him nicely.
Now Bartram could do with holding on here, as he did in the opening set. He won the opening service game of the match. Can he do so here? And that's a really good hold, with plenty of kick on that serve. That'll delight him. Bartram leading again in the early stages. But somehow you doubt that he'll be sort of threatening himself and Ward and Penny at the business end of sort of, you know, tier 2, series 2 level tournaments just yet, but they're building blocks and vital tournament experience that we spoke about. Very encouraging signs, you know, and just good to share the court with these kind of guys, because this is where you get, in your mind's eye, to the next level. You get your creativity, don't you, when you play with better players, more experienced ranked players. Gives you ideas and how you can add to your game.
You're always able to gauge where you are as well. You see the kind of level of intensity that they play at consistently, what they've got in their game that maybe you quite haven't got at the moment. So there's so many things that you can learn.
I mean, that's big, isn't it? You know, and again, thumbs up from Udo. That's just too damn good. Brilliant play from Ben. But and now if he can add a little bit of the subtlety that Houdet brings as well, with the drop shots and finding awkward areas of the court with that power, well then, you know, the future's very bright. But he's got to up his consistency, his numbers as well, because there's just too many unforced errors bleeding in every now and then. And that's said with the utmost respect, because he's a damn good player already at 16. Well, there was one. I don't know if it was entirely intentional, but didn't he do well with that?
Absolutely did. But as you just said, you know, it's all about trying to hone your skills. The thing is, he's already got a big game at the age of 16 as well. It's just about kind of the way he's able to construct his points. Can he use all the skills that he has in maybe just a smarter way?
Oh, it's all very subtle, but that was clever. Can opening serve, followed up by a generous backhand angle on a blustery afternoon here in Queens, as we've just crossed 6 o'clock local time, heading into the evening. Yeah, it's a well-weighted lob, just got behind Houdet and rendered uncontrollable.
Clever play there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Making the right shot at the right time.
Keen second serve at deuce, very important.
That's a kind of unforced error, so that he can't afford to make at deuce, get a second serve.
I think that's one of the big things with this is said respectfully, a lot of juniors think they've got to go out and just absolutely redline at the ball and beat their opponent. You actually go out and win. A lot of tennis matches aren't won, they're just not lost, you know, and that takes a while to grasp.
Exactly, and I always got told by one of my coaches it's always about high percentage tennis. You don't need to go out and, like you say, play absolute 10 out of 10 tennis, do you? If you can play 7 out of 10 solidly throughout the match, the amount of matches you're going to win is staggering.
Nicely done. That's a really clever break of serve. as he wheels out to a 2-love lead in set 2. That'll feel really good for the young 16-year-old from Norfolk.
I think that game there was a prime example of it, that you wouldn't say he sort of played lights out tennis, would you? He just played really solid, smart tennis, and that's the thing. You've got to just try and be able to learn that that's the sort of level you need to play in, point out.
Hewitt sat up and alert, keen to make amends. Oh, nicely done. It's like he's yesteryear, the way he plays. He's got very slow swings at the ball, Stefan Hewitt, hasn't he? It's all not lackadaisical. That would be a discredit to him, but it's very it's just slow racket head speed, very smooth,
very
kind of old school. Yeah, hits through the ball quite well. That's a terrific serve.
I think it's different to the match we watched in the previous semi-final, isn't it, where you look at Gerard and Hewitt as well, and the amount of racket head speed they're able to generate. It's just a little slightly different feel to it.
Oh, it's a really good kick serve as well, out wide to the Hewitt backhand and renders it uncontrollable. He's starting to find his spots now, is Ben. And he's enjoying himself and getting his game to the next level, finding another gear. He's done really well here. Having been duffed in that opening set, he's managed to grind out some momentum. Very well done. He's roaring with delight, and that's well earned. Good high percentage tennis. Ben Bartram wheels out to a 3-love lead in set 2. And suddenly, Hewitt's got plenty to ponder.
Absolutely does. Been really impressive the way Bartram's come out and started the second set, especially after that first set. You didn't really feel like he had much of a foothold, but come out, stayed nice and aggressive, but again, he's just sort of played within himself, hasn't he? Given himself big margins and just played smart tennis, and seems to just be growing in confidence as the match is going on.
It's funny, isn't it? It's a sort of increment of doing all the little things that little bit better than most. Really, you know, playing the percentages, just making returns on the break points and finding key serves when you need to most on first serves, and being able to back up your first and second serve just that little bit more impactfully than your opponent. It's just incremental detail to become a very good tennis player, but you've got to be able to repeat. And across, say, a Grand Slam, winning, say, 7 matches in an able-bodied event, well, you know, you've got to be able to sort of come through on a really bad day as well, quite often. For these guys, they just play the second week, but still got to put together some good matches. Not easy. Now, can Hewitt get the wheels back on here? And of course, we must remember that Ben is the reigning junior Masters champion. He won that in January of this year, 10 years on from Alfie Hewitt, winning the same title for the first of 3 occasions in 2012. So he's following in good footsteps, the Norfolk boy. Tell you what, it would do his confidence the world of good if he could snatch a set from Hewitt. Good service hold from Stefan Hewitt, comes through to 30 and at least gets on the board in set 2. He's been in these kind of predicaments endless times. He knows exactly what he's doing right now.
Doesn't seem flustered, does he?
No.
That realises that it's just one break of serve. Things can turn around really quickly.
When you look at the vicious racket head speed from Ben Bartram, it's something to behold. He really does have big cuts at the ball, but every now and then the timing just awry, very rarely. He's got a nice loose serve as well. Look at the top finger, nicely spread from the others, just to get a little bit more leverage. Spin. Hewitt at his best right there. It's all very nudgy and steered, isn't it? But nice hand skills.
Very nonchalant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very typically French.
Yeah,
very
yeah,
skillful.
Very blasé almost. Well, that was well taken. Got a little tucked up on that, Ben Bartram. And if he had the poster of Alfie Hewitt on his wall, Ben, then he probably studied video footage and tried to play just like him, because his game style is quite similar, really. A lot of racket head speed, tough to read, good athlete, throws the chair around quickly and likes to have a good old thrash at the ball. Oh, didn't miss by much. Hewitt looking back at the umpire as if to say, was it?
Did look pretty close, didn't it?
Yeah.
Might have just been wide. There are so many similarities, though, isn't there, to the Hewitt game? Like you say, that forehand just looks so similar. the feistiness as well, isn't it? That sort of
fist pumping.
yeah.
Well, that's good from Hewitt, and timely, you feel, as well, having squandered a break point there. He's got another here to nip away at the arrears on the scoreboard. Well, an untimely double fault from the youngster. A fourth of the match. And it's Hewitt who's coming back, shall we say, in set 2, having been love 3 down. The scoreboard now is at 2-3.
There's that experience, though, isn't it? Not panicking, even though you're 3 love down in the set. Just taking your time still, doing exactly what you need to do, and that's where the slight inexperience shows, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I guess at 16 years old, you're still relatively sort of match young, aren't you? It takes a little while to build and understand exactly what your strengths and weaknesses are and how to get the very best from your game day in, day out. He's pretty in touch because he's had good junior success. We've said he's the junior world #2.
It's also about understanding when in the match you really need to be aggressive, when you need to maintain that level, when you really need to kind of put your foot on the gas and things like that. And that's something that Hewitt knows better than anyone.
Well, there's far fewer spectators that have hung around, probably because it's got quite a lot cooler. Or perhaps the majority of them are on centre watching the men's doubles semi-final.
Or in hospitality.
Yes, enjoying a glass of something. It's a big hit, and it gets the thumbs up. Hewitt doesn't mind conceding a point at 40 love, but when he's nearer on juice, he wouldn't have liked it quite so much, but he holds on there keenly. Back to parity in set 2 for the Frenchman. That'll feel good. Now, is there another surge from the youngster who has so much upside, so much potential? Just shaking out any tension. I don't know if you caught a glimpse, but there's young Andrew Penny in the red on the practice court adjacent, just getting warmed up for his upcoming doubles. He will be alongside Joe Gerard, taking on Bertram and Ward after suitable rest. Too good again. Lovely angle backhand, very Hewitt-esque. He's a little clone, isn't he? Alfie must be quite touched by seeing and playing alongside him in the World Team Cup. It's quite flattering, isn't it?
It really is.
And why not emulate somebody? That's what we all do, don't we? We all sort of magpie ideas visually and take them on and learn and grow and evolve.
There's not many better players you'd want to base your game around than Alfie Hewitt, is there?
Absolutely. Cleverly done. Lovely touch from Bartram. Well, Hewitt will be thankful to see that one go in the net because he's been under quite a bit of pressure in this game, but now he's engineered a break point himself for what will be 4 games in a row, possibly. Yeah, he's upset with himself there, yielding an untimely 6th double fault, and with it, it is indeed a 4th consecutive game for the 2nd seed, who now grabs control of the 2nd set, and it's just frustrating to watch for the young 16-year-old Brit and his fans.
It's that momentum again, isn't it? He really had it at 3-love, and then it sort of slipped away, and Hewitt's just managed to take it back. Really up to Bartram now, so just try and find a way to stop it. Can he go back to playing that aggressive style of tennis that got him up to 3-love in the 2nd set?
Yeah, it's almost like he's overplayed, isn't it? Just pushed a little too hard, because I don't think Hewitt's really raised the bar to anything spectacular, but, you know, because he doesn't, as I say, the Frenchman just nudges it around, asks the questions, and if you can answer with authority on a regular percentage basis, you win the point. But Ben has been a little up and down, and he's got to control those undulations for me. So Hewitt back in the box seat, a set and a break to the good here. Super get. Great hands as well on arrival from Ben Bartram.
Such great movement, wasn't it? He really didn't think he stood a chance of getting there, but somehow he did, and to still have that control at the end range as well. Well, he's thrown himself under a bus there with that double fault, Hewitt. That was untimely from him. Bartram keenly looking to break back immediately and get back on terms in set 2.
Just enough on it from Hewitt down the line. Very good. Oh, that's a brilliant back behind, and it gets a nice from Hewitt, who knows when he's beat, and that was just too good. So Bartram locks himself out at 4-all second set, still well and truly entrenched in this one. Well, they've shared 8 breaks of serve between them, 3 for Bartram and 5 for Hewitt. And more importantly, Anna, the winning percentage on second serve from Ben Bartram has gone right up now. He's at 36% where Hewitt is at 41. So he's really picked up that level behind serve 2.
Just a few errors creeping into the Hewitt game, isn't there?
There's a lot of spin on that serve, isn't there? You can hear it. Snake-like hiss as the racket head whisks up the back of the ball. Too much contact there, though, and he's frustrated, understandably. Well, back-to-back double faults, 8 and 9. And he throws back control to Hewitt, gift-wrapped. And that's an area you would imagine he will really tidy up over time. The rhythm on his serve has sort of evaded him temporarily. Can he get this one in? Well, 3 unforced errors is unfortunate at that stage in the set, but it gives the power and control back to Hewitt, who now leads a set in 5-4. He'll come out after the change of ends and attempt to put the match to bed.
Been an impressive turnaround, hasn't it, from Hewitt? Just been able to find a way to get Bartram back out of his rhythm again, and just a few more errors off the Bartram racket.
He hasn't won a Grand Slam title since 2018, Hewitt, which was the Australian Open. He won the French Open in that year as well, but been consistently around finals and semi-finals of Slam showings. So why would he sort of put the game away right now? He's having a good time of it, even at 51 years of age.
He still loves the sport as well. You're a long time retired, aren't you?
Yes.
So as long as you're still enjoying it, and especially competing to the level that he is, there's no reason to retire, like you say. Might just be a little bit of rain in the air.
It does look rather dull overhead, I must say. So are they just going to sit it out for a while? It does seem to be gently coming down.
Getting slightly heavier, I think.
And it's the old issue, isn't it? You know, do you cover the court and run for it, or do you try and finish off, or they're going to continue? Hewitt will be keen to get this done and dusted. Umpire's feeling the court. What does Ben want to do? Sharp serving from Hewitt. No nonsense from him. He wants to get home and dry quickly. Oh, that's glorious. Using all of his experience. A good time then to rush the net from Hewitt, who now has 2 match points. There he did, the ace out wide. Lovely serve from Hewitt. His 3rd of the match to secure victory, coming through 6-2, 6-4. Experienced Downing youth on the 2nd men's semi-finals. So the 2nd seed survives, and he will not play Alfie Hewitt tomorrow. The 1st seed has been downed by Joachim Gerard. It will be his opponent in tomorrow's wheelchair men's singles final. That was a really good showing in the end. After a slow start, when he was love 3 down, he turned it around commendably and roared out to a 6-4 second set win.
He did. He'll be pleased with his 2nd set performance from 3 love down. Found a way to turn it around, like you said, but overall a pretty good match. Not closer than his match yesterday, and that's exactly what he'll need going into tomorrow, playing against Gerard. I'm sure he'll be pleased to get off before the rain. It's starting to look pretty dark out there.
Yeah, and importantly as well, they want to get, as we take a look at the numbers here, they'll want to get the covers on pretty swiftly.
They will indeed. And it's just those first serve, isn't it? Just slightly more first serves won as well from Hewitt on 1st and 2nd serves as well, and also the break point chances created. Almost double what Bartram could get. It's just those fine margins though, isn't it? All in all, Bartram played some really good stuff out there, and he can take a lot of positives away. But just like you said, experience just favouring Hewitt in the end there.
Yep, and that confirms the 2nd semi-final then. Hewitt through to take on Gerard at the top of the draw. That'll be tomorrow's final. Do join us for that. Of course, we've another match for you once the rain abates. That's going to be a semi-final of the men's doubles from the bottom half of the draw. Only 3 teams that entered the doubles. So the top seeds, Hewitt and his partner, receive a bye to the final, but we'll be watching Gerard and Penny take on Bartram and Ward. Rain pending. So a good showing from Stefan Hewitt. And well, Ben Bartram will need a little bit of time, obviously, probably take on some fuel and a bit of a drink and what have you, a rest, and then he'll be out in action again. And that's what's coming next, as you can see by that graphic at the bottom of our picture there. So do join us for that one. We'll speak to you very, very shortly.
Alright, go on, guys. We can only go as far as the fridge anyway. Surely line it up with the microphone and then get chairs and put them opposite the microphone and camera. Quite a big space, but it'll be fun.
Hey, what? Where is it? That's not a stage. Is it? Microphone and camera.
Tom, get involved, mate. Oh, Tom.
Love. Get yourself way too much to do that.
No. Tom! Get involved, lad. Also, this did not go in. Great back.
Oh, it's 1-0. That's 1-0.
Go on, mate. You got done by the fans, it was all part of our training. Happy days. It's fine, it's fine. We used to have one of those like little, you know the balls that bounce on water? We used to have one of those and go on each end of the swimming pool.
Yeah.
So much fun. Genuinely so much fun. The most fun we've had ever in your life. Or we might have to pull the covers all around. How many days are you taking to? Still the sheep. Boy, we should pull the covers first. Greg, we should pull them first because these are going to have to be tied up. Libby? Libby? It's not time for lacing. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Libby. less or loves more. You have to stop the whole box.
I know, but I was just thinking it might be too much.
No, it's not. Loves more harder, Tom Black. Nobody moves. Give me a bit of all that. Roll it out. At first, you don't feel fucked. Three. You silly, what? Three. One, two, three. Right, second time left. We got to get more. One, two, three, go. What?
I'm worried that the Graham stuff will be unrolling.
Okay.
No, Goose, because the camera, mate.
It's creased.
Goose, yeah, it's counterproductive though. 'Cause look,
Yeah, I'm going to lift the camera up.
what?
I'm going to lift the camera up. were here, you'd go home.
Well, yeah, I was going to be watching.
And think, what a shit day.
I just pushed as my left.
But whatever we do, just throw ourselves. When they say let's uncover, when how about the course?
I do not associate with. Long ways as well, Tom. QC. Has everyone gone home? Yeah. Why would you stay, Tots?
Wait, what? Oh, what, they cancelled?
No, they haven't cancelled. Mate. The doubles ain't happening on semi-final. They said no tennis is going to be played before 7:30.
Hey, do you guys like tuck it in a bit more there on the cover so it's a bit neutral?
by. Did Libby just say they'll probably slip over?